Surprise, motherfucker. All right. Welcome to day 3, guys. Good to see you in the chat. We're probably still loading in here. We've got about 15 minutes until we get started. Let me go ahead and fix this. I'm not in my box yet. About 14 minutes now. No spoilers, please. Thank you. Don coming in heavy this morning. Guys, just remember, we are in a delay. Yes, there's live updates. There's a lot going on in court. So with that being said, we just got to be as mindful and understanding as possible that we are all doing this as a group. So we're just experiencing this, even though it's 30 minutes behind. Even though a lot of you guys probably are seeing the updates, please keep them out of the chat today. What's up, Askcolbyj? What's up, Kelly? Askcolbyj. That was honestly my favorite nickname so far. Good morning to everybody here. We are ready to go today. Good to see you, Hillary. Colby, did you hear the latest? I have not heard the latest. I know there's some drama going on today. I do know that. I'm not going to spoil. Even if I find something out, I'm not going to spoil it. I did last time. That was on me. But there's a lot of things going on today. So Lori, this is what I will tell you guys. Lori is, appreciate you, Jeff. Hope you're safe. Okay. Appreciate that. What I know for a fact is that Lori's still stalling. It is, it's tough because she's wasting a lot of people's time, a lot of witnesses' time, obviously the prosecution, the judge, Brandon's time. Everybody who's there is waiting for Lori. So we're just trying to finish this up. We've got a lot of witnesses coming up today. I'm going to be there probably tomorrow. So I just want you guys to know I'm trying to figure out the stream for tomorrow. We'll probably still stream here. What will happen is you'll see the screen. I'll be in the live chat and we'll just talk through it. I'll try either to tell you guys what's going on myself in our live chat. What you'd see is this. It'd just be full screen like this. And I would not be here. I'd be in court. So what we'll probably do is we'll stream it tomorrow and we'll show the live chat will stay up. It will still be the same thing. And then after court's over, the stream will end. I'll come home and we'll talk on a live. I feel like that's the best way I could possibly do it if I'm going to go. So it's going to be interesting going tomorrow. Again, I've already, whatever the word would be, I've already expected to not ever really see Lori again. So with that being said, it's an odd feeling because if I go tomorrow and then I go for sentencing, that's really the end. She's going to be back in Idaho, and then that's the end of it all. So that's how it goes. Yeah, if she mouths off again, she could actually have her right to represent herself be taken away from her. So she can actually have that stripped if she keeps going on. Good evening. It's either more. So when we do our night streams, Sonia will come in and she'll say good morning. And now she's saying good evening. So that's just crazy. Where are you guys coming from today? We got Quebec, Canada. I appreciate you guys. You guys have been a great support system. Am I worried about her appeal? Look, she's gonna kick and scream from this point on. Kelsey made a good point. Me and her were discussing this morning, and I said, "Well, what would lead her to be like you and I? We've all theorized here, all right? We've had 10 theories. What I've said simply is, I think that she's trying to kick and scream, but Kelsey says she's throwing a big fit because it is the end, and so now that she has nothing to lose, she's not going to get a different judge, even if they moved her court date, she's not getting a different judge. So she's probably big mad. And that's just what it is. We got from Dallas, UK, Louisiana, from Spain, South Africa, Ohio, Finland. That's crazy, guys. Yeah, she's mad at the judge. He's mad at her. It's best for everybody to just end it. She's trying to say she's still sick, apparently. She does not want to come. She's delaying everything because she is sick, apparently. From Austria. This is awesome, guys. Michigan, Alabama, Germany, Oklahoma. That's awesome. How about the Thunder, huh? I think Thunder are going to win the NBA Finals. Good to see you guys. So like I said, I do think that let me fix these lights. There we go. I do think that today is going to be an interesting day. 1 second. I think today's going to be kind of a middle in between where they're trying to get ready to close. I think we're going to be closing in, depending on if it's on track, depending on if it's I'll fix that. How's that? But I think it's really coming down to the point of where we're at is this is getting really close to the end. We're getting really close to the end. This is not going to be something that has too much more to be said. Lori doesn't have a defense here. Lori doesn't have much else she can do or say. So what are you supposed to do with that? There's really not much more she can do. She has nowhere to go here. So what's going to be interesting is that she's going to have to face a few more people. She, for some reason, likes to go at the law enforcement the most. I think it's because she's lawless. So, and what I mean by lawless is that she hates all law. She's not going to get what she wants, guys. Don't worry. She's going to be made to get that in court. Yeah. But she's stalling. She knows this is the end. So I wanted you guys to know, the court, a lot of you guys have brought up the audio in the court. Even Nate himself said this is about, so Court TV pulled to be the camera people. Everybody else who is streaming from Court TV is running through a feed that Court TV has. Court TV has the cameras and the mics, and there it's the audio from the courtroom. And a lot of times, Nate just said this too, a lot of times it's actually the person who's speaking into the mic. So it's not always, yes, actually, I'll answer this in just a second. It's not always just, it's not us. My volume on my mic is not very loud. It's very normal. Court TV just has a very low. Again, also just not I don't want to say the word spoiler alert, but like a lot of people were saying last time, like, don't give as much commentary. I just want you guys to know that I will be talking throughout the trial. I try to be as quiet as possible during the questioning and the the lines of questions so you guys can hear court. So I'm not just talking over it, but we're all doing this as an experience of me reacting to the fact that this is happening. We're going to go through it and break it down later too. But right now, I'm just giving you my honest thoughts as we're watching it live. That's why we're watching it live, or else I would just watch it and then give you guys a breakdown. Is Ray going to testify? Yes, that is confirmed. So Ray is going to testify. Nate was also just talking about that as well. Emily, hi, Colby. Just wanted to send you and your family some big love from Chicago, wearing blue and purple today for JJ and Tylee, justice for Brandon. Thank you, Emily. I knew we were going to talk about this before it started, but because Emily brought it up in such a loving way, I just wanted to tell you guys that today was 5 years ago, or 5 years ago today. And also thank you for saying $23 is very significant, because 23 is the number. So thank you. I'm trying not to get emotional here. So in 2020, today, this is when I got the phone call. I posted for everybody on YouTube. I posted on X, and I posted on Instagram. I was going to get my license renewed, and I was driving, and I got a phone call from the FBI, and I just was told that Chad Daybell had been arrested, and they found human remains on his property. And I remember just like that drop feeling, like my whole body, just everything from right here and it just felt like just a drop. Everything dropped through my stomach. And I remember asking the dumbest question. I was like, is it kids' remains? Is it children's bones? Is it, like, are you able to tell me, like, is it someone else was buried there before? Like, you're just trying to rationalize because it's like that information can't be processed. And they couldn't confirm if it was Tyler or JJ or not. And then all these phone calls started coming in and this pouring of everything. There was like a moment of time where we didn't know for sure if it was Tyler and JJ, and then they confirmed it. And it was just really hard. And I'll never forget that. It was just a life-changing moment. And, to know after so long that they were gone that whole time is it's really hard, but there's a part of me that feels the relief was that number one, they were found, and number two, that they weren't in active pain. It's the only two wins that there was. Everything else was flip my world upside down for the rest of my life. And that's why we're here today. That's a part of why we're here today. I know we're here for justice for Brandon, but this is all interconnected, and it's very hard. It's just a very hard day. It's a very hard day to go through, but I'm glad to be doing this. It feels like honoring them comes with remembering them for who they were and remembering what they gave to the world. It's not just about, the drama and letting Lori run the narrative, but remembering that they are incredible. So, and then number 23, I think I told this in a couple lives ago. I was 23 when I found out about Tylee and JJ. I just turned 23. And Tylee or JJ was taken on the 23rd, and Tylee and JJ's ages combined are 23. And it just all hit me that number was very significant in my life. So, Amy, here for your commentary. Thank you for sharing with us. Our thoughts are with you today. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I feel your love. I'm holding back the tears today. I'm trying to, just because I want to remember them and not always just be floored. I like to be able to think about them, but it is a hard day. And I remember that moment. And I think that's why it's hard for me to watch Brandon. I'll be honest with you, because listening to Brandon, listening to his trauma and hearing the gunshot, you don't forget that stuff. It's like it lives in you like a movie. You can replay that and you know exactly what you were doing. You know where you were. You remember every detail that that what happened, and you just have a trauma remembrance. So that's why I feel so much for Brandon, listening to his story, listening to what happened to him, because I know that trauma, when you have to relive it, especially publicly, is not easy. So, all right, guys, I might have to go in my little box here. Let's see what's going on today. But I appreciate you guys. I love you. Thank you for being here. It means a lot to me to have such a loving, supporting community, and that's what you guys have been for me. So thank you, and I hope you know that I feel the same way about you. And I love our community. And then I'll go in my little box once it gets started. I appreciate you guys a lot. Again, with the audio, I cannot fix the audio. I love you guys too. Kel, you're a jick. But yeah, I have a heavy heart today, and that's okay. I'm also grateful. I'm also very grateful for my family. And I love spending time with you guys, seriously. Huh. Susan said, I lost my daughter to cancer at age 12. It's comforting to know that I can remember her and her happy moments too. Exactly. I'm really sorry for your loss, Susan. And that's the thing we try to do when we lose people, is try to remember the good times. That's all we have left. Sheila says, a worldwide community. We love you, Colby. I love you guys too, man. You guys are gonna have me out here crying already. I'm a crier. I'm about to make a t-shirt that says I'm a crier. What's up, Slow Morrison? So we're just waiting now. I don't know what the deal is. That's why I try to pull up court for you guys just in case it comes on or shoots on instead of me just trying to wait for it. We'll see what happens. No spoilers, please. Yes, thank you, Kelsey. What I want us to remember is that for a lot of us, we're doing this together as a group anyway. So, you know. Is anything happening? What's going on here? There's no sound yet. Oh, you are reading my brain. Yeah, I'll leave that one where it is. Me too. You said exactly what I want to say. Ice cold on it. That'd be so funny. Thank you, brother. Yep. Thank you. I love you too. Yeah, you guys can tell. Sometimes it's okay, and you know what? I've realized it's okay to be down and just be sad. I'm not really as sad as I am just today. I called Kelsey this morning and I said, they're really all gone. And she's like, I know. And I said, it's just like, they're really gone. Like that's it. Like, I know I'm very, I feel like an old man now, but like every year it's just like certain times you're just like, man, everybody's really gone. Like this is real life. And it just hits you differently on certain days. Mostly it used to hit me on like Christmas, stuff like that, birthdays, but they're just really gone. And I just have to keep accepting it. You know what I mean? Citizen Kane, love you and your family. Colby, thank you. We love you too. Not that we know of. Based off of what Nate said, sounds like we have 3 people today. We are definitely not. I don't think we're going to get there that fast. Oh, here we go. Door popped. Let's see if she's going to. Oh, here we go. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Thank you for being so supportive and understanding. No hat today. Yeah, nobody knew I had hair because I'm always wearing a hat. Yeah, this is not going to go past this week unless Lori, I don't know, if Lori somehow put her feet in the dirt and completely dragged, that's possible. It'd be very unlikely, though, for this to not end this week. I don't think there's that much more of this, but you cannot predict anything with Lori. So it's definitely not something we can expect. All right, here we go.
State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The parties are present, the jury is not present. Give me a second here.
Yeah.
Do you have the everything up where you
No baby bun. It's longer now, but it's just slicked back.
All right, we're gonna do a sidebar and then I'll have it locked. All right.
We're here for you too, Mary. Thank you for your
I
chat.
think because of the number of people I need to talk with, I'm gonna do a sidebar up here. Come on up.
Huh? Oh, I'll go in my box. Not sure what's going on here. I go in my box every time we do our reactions now on here. Thank you guys for reminding me. You can just say get in your box. It's okay. They're not going to hurt my feelings. Appreciate you, Alicia. That's okay, guys. I appreciate your love and support, though. Yeah, it sounds like they fixed the. It sounds like they fixed the audio. It's pretty loud in my headphones. So hopefully that's good for you guys. Like I said, I try to keep as quiet as I can during the actual line and questioning, just so you guys have an opportunity to hear the court. I don't want to be, what's it called? I don't want to be too loud in here. Appreciate you, Diane. Thank you. Yeah, get in your box. Kelsey has started that trend. That's a really good point. Hold on. Somebody just said it and I missed it. Where'd it go? It was such a good point. It says, somebody said, why did she try to match Trina? She does. She showed up in the gray last time. All right, I'm going to go big again. Freak the box. Lori showed up in a gray suit like Trina last time and now a black suit. Yeah, there's no bun today, baby. I've been thinking about cutting this hair, man. I haven't cut it in over a year. Kelsey tells me not to do it. I also tell myself not to do it. When you grow your hair out for this long, you definitely don't want to cut it. I did one time. I actually had this hair, grew it out for over a year, and then shaved it off. I don't know what I was doing. It takes a long time to get here. Man, well, I wonder what is going on today. Yeah, somebody said it. I did not make that up. One of you guys just commented, but I missed it. She literally wore the exact same gray. I think people were having a hard time last time we were watching. I think some people had a hard time seeing who was in the line of questioning because if you zoom out and just show the back, it's blonde hair and a gray suit, and they both had that. And then this time it's the same thing. Now they're both in all black. Angela from The Office. That was one of my favorite comments last time. That got me. And then I heard the voice. Guys, I love The Office. I've watched The Office probably all the way through since I was like 17, like 12 times. And I'm talking pilot to end episode. So I'm an Office guy. Why don't we do something at least a little bit more uplifting? And you guys tell me what shows you guys watch. What you guys like to watch? I want to know what's in the cup. I'm not gonna say it. There's nothing crazy in here. It's just a little bit of blue rise, you know. Something to keep me going today. Appreciate that. Married at First Sight, that's a wild one. 90 Day Fiance, we watched the first season of that. And that was one of the most classic things I've ever watched in my life. Chosen's great. I love The Office. The Office is one of those timeless shows like Friends where you can just turn it on. You don't care what episode you're on. You can let it run while you're falling asleep and you just enjoy it. And you just kind of like, you don't care. You know what I mean? So it sounds like, guys, some serious stuff is going on today. It sounds like a ton of back and forth. We'll see what happens. We got Friends, Sister Wives. Kelsey has me watching Secret Lives of Mormon Wives in my peripheral because I'm not watching it, and it's something else. Dexter, Naked and Afraid. Everybody Loves Raymond. From Texas. Love is Blind. That's funny. You guys watch some good shows. I haven't been watching as much shows as I'd like to. Me and Kelsey used to always find a show. We used to watch Dancing with the Stars, and we used to watch Bachelor and Bachelorette. We haven't really watched that in a while. I just finished The Walking Dead not too long ago. I finished, what did I watch? So this year, I think I've watched, or between last year and this year, I've watched Walking Dead, Dexter, and Breaking Bad. Those were the 3 ones that I watched. Those are all more heavy. Now I think about that. Yeah, I heard there's a bunch of new ones. Oh, you have no idea. We've been watching that crap for a minute. Dude, all right, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? When you get married and you watch these shows, some of these shows aren't bad. You have to sit down. And we've been watching I've been watching Bachelor for years. And then we watch Bachelorette, and then it's just the last few seasons that we've been in and out. And then I just watched, yes, my favorite bar ever. I say that all the time. Seriously, I say that to Kelsey. She hates it. I'll talk to Kelsey. I'll just go, all right, tight. Oh, I love that. I don't know what the sidebar is about yet. They haven't shown us that. But I've been watching, we watched Bachelor. We watched Joey's season, and then that was it. That's the last time I watched it. You never seen Breaking Bad? That's a good movie. That's a good show. The reason I like shows like that is because of the psychological aspects. Walking Dead is kind of in some way. I mean, if you really watch some of these shows, they're a little bit more like, what would someone do in this situation? You know what I mean? What would you do if you're in this way? Yeah, I've had to watch vampire shows too. Except for Kelsey doesn't like that stuff as much. I grew up having to watch a lot of things. Yeah, Friends is always going to be one. Friends and The Office are just your two uplifting reruns. A couple times a year, you just switch between the two. You guys watch some good shows. I think for me, what I've got more into is more either psychological shows where it really builds characters and stories and like really, really builds on foundation, like builds foundation and then goes up. I got to talk about this one. I'm going to answer that in a second. But I've been watching more like sports documentaries. I watch YouTube the most, honestly. I just watch like things that I'm interested in. So like sports or learning about psychology or I don't know. I don't like Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. If I ever hear the word mom talk again in my life, I'm going to vomit. Yellowstone. I've heard Yellowstone's a great, great show. Dexter, Mad Men, The Nick. Yeah, I'm a YouTube watcher, guys. I probably watch YouTube more than anything. I like watching all kinds of stuff about sports. I love watching. What else do I like to watch? I like Earth stuff. I'm weird. I like to know about nature. I like history. I really love history. So I like to learn about stuff in history. Then I've been researching cases and stuff too. So I do a lot of my watching on YouTube now, and then me and Kels will try to watch something. We're watching The Accountant 2 that just came out on Prime. So we're watching that. We started it. We never make it long. Tell your husband, yes. Me and him can go watch something else together while you guys watch Mormon Wives. If I ever hear mom talk, that's all. Every time I walk in the room. And we're getting back on mom talk. I'm like, dog, I can't. I gotta go. And Kelsey's gonna be mad at me for saying it, but it's true. But I've watched the girl shows. Like, I've been a good sport. I think that I actually have enjoyed Dancing with the Stars. We used to watch, what's it called? What's the singing one with the spinning chairs? We used to watch that. We used to watch American Idol. I'm trying to think of anything else we've used to watch. We used to watch more like competition stuff. And then we started watching, I have no idea, guys. We're just hanging out right now because we have no idea. The Voice. Yes, thank you. The Voice. We watched The Voice for a long time. Kelsey actually knew somebody that went on American Idol, so we watched that season. So, I mean, there's stuff that keeps your interest. Appreciate you, Brenda. I've heard Peaky Blinders coming out sounding like Conor McGregor. I went through a shark than a bear nature phase. Yes, as a teenager, so I get the nature thing 100%. Honored to be a chief member, 8 months. Good to see you today, Jules. We're glad you're a member too. We're glad to have you. Yeah, I still am fascinated by sharks, wolves. Just crazy. God made some amazing things, and they're so different from us. So like, I just study. I love nature. I used to watch. You know, my guy is Kel. What's his name, please? What's the guy who take all the Coyote? Coyote something. Coyote with his bug bites. Bro, I was obsessed with watching his channel for a fat minute. I just watched Jaws the other day. Guys, did you know? All right, I'm going to give YouTube a huge shout out here. YouTube has free movies, and they'll do free movies, and they usually have some actually good stuff. But I was watching Coyote. What's his name? Coyote Peterson? Is that his name? He would go and he'd take he took the bullet ant, he took the tarantula hawk. Yes. Brave Wilderness, shout out. I love it. I was dying watching him because first of all, it's interesting, but then watching his reaction, I was like, I remember telling my boss, I'm like, what if I just went out in the middle of Arizona, found bugs, and just set up a GoPro and let them sting me? It's just such a crazy concept. But he has some really, really good information in episodes. What's scary about Coyote Peterson, though, real quick, in Wild, is that he literally found so many of his major things in Arizona, in Tucson. That's not that far from me. Those freaking tarantula hawks, I've seen 2 of those things. I'm not doing that. I feel like we've mostly gotten along on shows. Yeah, they have an awesome channel. I just watched a couple of their videos the other day. I tried to watch Game of Thrones, but even episode 1 threw me off. And if you've seen Game of Thrones, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't even want to bring it up. I said, it's been 15 minutes. Been 15 minutes in, and I'm a little bit scared here. So I'm not going to bring it up. You guys talk about it in the chat if you want to. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. This sidebar must have taken a really long time. The judge said it's going to be a while because he's trying to sidebar with a bunch of people, apparently. Thank you. I'm not going to say why. If you've seen it, if you know, you know. But yeah, I'm into more like, I guess, realistic stuff, psychology stuff. Is she sick again? That's what I heard. Who knows? I guess she just has a flare up. Yeah, it got very rough. It was the first episode. It was the first episode, slow, and I was like, I don't know about this. This was back when I first turned on. I was in college. So I was 20 years old. And I remember hearing everything about it. And I freaking love like medieval stuff. It's so dope. I've always been into that. I guess I'm not a huge fantasy medieval. I mean, like I played Skyrim, like I like that kind of world building. But when I turned on Game of Thrones in the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it was, I was like, ugh. We do like House. We watched House for a while. Okay. House is a great show. Oh, yeah. Don't get me started. I was a huge Skyrim guy. You have no idea how many hours I logged in on Skyrim when I was like, I don't know, 17 to 20, 21 years old. Love that stuff. I think traveling a open world. You guys don't want to get me going on video games. I'm not the biggest video game player ever, like anymore, but like I love open world games. You guys gotta give me some ideas. We have to check some stuff out. We've been watching, you know, we've been watching what's that called? Chrisley? Something Chrisley. We've been watching that back. It's like reality. All that dude walks in the room and says is, "What are you doing?" He walks in the room every time and goes, "What are you doing?" Oh, I'm a Fallout guy. Heck yeah. Fallout 3, 4, endless hours. I think Bethesda, whatever you want to call it, has dropped some of my favorite games. I love, also Fallout Vegas. Christy knows best. That's it. Christy's literally come in. What are you doing? That's all they ask each other. I haven't played Legend of Zelda. I want to. I have a Switch. I feel like we could easily rabbit hole on video games. They just dropped a portable Xbox and the new, what's it called? I didn't watch the show, to be honest with you. I turned it on. It was a little wild. I just like the games. They're so well built. I freaking love that. I've always been a video game guy. I'm a story person. I like good story modes. I love world building. I love people who know how to really character build. The Switch 2 came out exactly. The Xbox just dropped a portable version. Life's getting crazy when it comes to tech. I appreciate you guys. We're just waiting for court right now. We're hanging out. We're talking video games. We're talking shows. Kelsey wants to sign me up for the show Survivor or Special Ops, and apparently she's put in some applications. I'm going to go ahead and publicly say that that's wild, and if I get selected, it would not be by choice. Okay. Just wanted to put that out there. She really wants me to be on one of these shows. I don't understand that. Yes, I love war movies. Kelsey does not, and I understand why. Patriots, one of my favorite movies. The Gladiator is one of my favorite movies. Let me think. War movies. I love Saving Private Ryan, which is kind of funny because that's my last name. Some of these movies are really, really good. I'm a war movie guy. I usually try them out, and I'm also a boxing movie guy. I love Southpaw. I love the Creed series. I forgot we haven't really talked about all this stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? And I'm not trying to be cocky here, but I think I could bode well in a competition. I'm very competitive in that way. Yeah. When it's over, Bloodsport's a great movie. It's an oldie, but I used to watch that growing up too. Yeah, this is it, guys. This is the end of this, which I think a part of us has to realize that this is the harder part of life, is the moving on. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing to accept change. And I think change is hard for everybody. Land of Bad sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've seen it. I played a lot of war games. I played all the Tom Clancy games. I love strategic things like that. I think it's dope. Yes, Warrior is one of the best movies ever. Sons of Anarchy we turned on. That was a little wild too. I don't mind gore in a show as long as it's more like, I want to use the word justified. I think gore for gore, like just like, I've never seen Kill Bill, but I've heard it's like the goriest thing ever. I think like over gore is not, I don't care for that. Like horror movies, that kind of thing where it's like so over the top. I don't like that. But I think if you do like war movies or you have something of that nature, I personally think that those are good. I just watched, you know what I just watched the other day? I just watched Top Gun Maverick. Man, that's a good movie, bro. I was like, man, I want to freaking fly. I want to be in that. Open world game. So in like video game talk, that means that you are able to like do what you want. They give you a task or a quest, and then you're able to just like choose what you want to do. So even though there's a main storyline, you can just literally walk into a town and just decide to do whatever you want. You could talk to different people, you can follow that quest line, or you can do whatever. So open world means it's your option, and you don't have to go in order. You don't have to do anything that's like rules. And a lot of other games, you know, you're forced to go down one path, which is the main storyline. Talk to me, Goose. I definitely recommend The Last Rodeo in theaters now. Neil McDonough is awesome. Oh yeah, Band of Brothers is a really, and Lone Survivor, great movies. I really I used to want to be a Navy SEAL. I was going to go into the military 3 different times. I wanted to go into the military. So I've always been interested in the military. Kelsey, I'm not saying that. You can say it. Yeah, this is the longest sidebar in the history of sidebars. I don't even know why they're filming it. They should have just cut it off. Rocky, American Sniper. Yes, that's the other one, Natalie. Yeah, the reason why we're watching Christie is because they literally went crazy in media, so we were just watching their show. It's just they're just entertaining, and it's the old Chrisleys. It's like the when they first started doing it. It's just entertaining. That's it. I support Kelsey setting up for. I really want to do that. I hope you guys are gonna think I'm crazy. I watched Special Forces with Kelsey. I watched all of the guys jumping out the airplanes. That's what made me want to do that. I wanted to serve my country. I really did. I really felt drawn to that. And I really wanted to go. Once I saw the show, though, too, I was like, dude, I would freaking go crazy. Yes, I have played Red Dead. Red Dead 2. I got a little bored. I hope you guys don't get mad at that. But I personally just like, I think Cowboy Times are like my least favorite time period of like movies / video games. I just don't care for the Cowboy Times, man. I don't know why. Oh, and I recently watched what's the one? The Revenant. I just watched that. That's a great movie. But I have to watch all the bloody, gory movies alone because obviously Kelsey is very sensitive. So she doesn't like that stuff. Yeah, I'm not a cowboy guy. And that's not a knock on anybody who likes it. It's just that time period for me, it's like, no. You know what? Do it. I would love, I always watch those shows. I'm like, you know what? I don't mind failing at all, but give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I'll give you everything I got. I would love just for a couple weeks to do special forces stuff. That would be awesome. Put me through it. Just to see where I stand. Yeah. And it was one of the best movies I've ever seen. You know what's really interesting about that movie? That movie was all about revenge. And you know how he gets revenge? It made me realize that revenge is way overhyped. That revenge, as great as it feels in the movie sometimes for somebody to actually in the movie like progressively get to that point and then get revenge on somebody that hurt them. You know how many people I could have revenge on? If I had that opportunity, I thought a lot of times, what would I do if I was in a position to get revenge? And I don't want it. I don't want revenge. So I don't think revenge is, there's no winning when you get revenge. That's all I'll say. Even though in the movie line, it's really, really powerful. You know what is so funny about that? How do you train for that? How do you train to become like the obstacle course is so specific. How am I supposed to work out? I just thought that the other day when I saw, I'm like, how do you train for that? There's no way. Exactly. Revenge is not a it's not really satisfying. Even though in movies though it's like, oh, you got revenge, like there's like The Revenant is all about revenge. There's a lot of movies that are solely based off of revenge. You know, I have trauma with Dancing for the Stars because in Lori's last interview, she said when she's exonerated by whoever, she might try out for Dancing with the Stars. So I don't even want to go on the show anymore. And I'm not going on the show anyway. I'm just saying. Yep, exactly. Oh, and I just watched what's it called? I just watched Interstellar. That's a great movie. That's a great movie too. How do you forgive the unforgivable? That's a great question. So I'll pose a question back to you. If you think about things that feel like they're unforgivable, you put a list together and then you tell yourself, what is unforgiveness? What if I choose to not forgive? What you're basically doing is constantly drinking poison for yourself. What forgiveness is release for you. You say, I forgive you for this because you submit to the higher power, number one, which is God, and two, you let go. And that's what forgiveness really is all about, is looking at someone, knowing full well what happened. Yeah, and Natalie said, even for yourself, forgiveness is also one of those things. What God created forgiveness for and what God forgives us for on a daily basis is moving on, and you stop doing it. You stop holding on and you stop poisoning yourself on a daily basis. That's why. So that's what it is. That's what forgiveness means. And even if you have to forgive yourself, which might be the hardest type of forgiveness for people, to say that you know you messed up, but forgiveness is real and you let it all go. It's a perfect point. That's what you do. One word, celebrity. Okay. Speaking of Johnny Depp, I've never seen Transcendent, I don't think. But speaking of Johnny Depp, I love Pirates of the Caribbean. I think the first three Pirates are just perfect. 2 and 3 with Davy Jones, man. Stupid good movies. I love those movies. Exactly. Whoa, where'd he go? Exactly. I don't think I could sit through that one. How do you let go? That's a great question. So even like right now, I could be super mad at Lori for doing all this stuff. I have every right, let's call it every right, to say I don't have to forgive Lori. I could sit there and tell you, and I think everybody in the chat would agree with me that there's not a single thing that would be wrong about me saying I don't forgive Lori. What it is I look at Lori, I look at the position she's in, I look at what she's choosing to do, and I say to myself, I know what you did to everybody here. I know how ridiculous you are. I know how unrepentant and unforgiving you are and how horrible you can be and how horrible you're being to everybody here. And I choose with my own free will to say, I'm letting go of the power that you have over me. And that's it. It's the choice of, okay, this has hurt me long enough and this has been on my brain and my heart for long enough. Not that Mickey. Hi, Colby. I had a family member who had so much anger towards it gave me PTSD and seizures. One day I accidentally saw them and I said hi and wished them well, and the anger was gone. Beautiful. Thank you. First of all, thank you for your chat. Secondly, thank you for what you said. There is something so freeing about forgiveness, and what it is letting that part of that go. Because the longer you hold on, the more pain you become. It's almost like let's just give an example. If your leg was rotting off, would you let it rot and just keep coming higher up your body? Or would you eventually say, I got to take care of this and get your leg amputated, as bad as it might hurt? It's kind of the same idea. It might be the hardest thing you've ever had to do. Who would want to cut their leg off? But if that's what it takes, is to say, I'm letting my leg go. I have to for the betterment of my life. You would say, yes, cut my leg off. That's what it is. That's exactly how I look at it. Oh, Kathy. Let me put on my little helmet here. You guys can't even see this. I forgot. I have to figure this out. I never got rid of this, and I still got the boba and everything. I'm not gonna let it go. I'm not gonna let that hide for long. Yep. Forgiveness is for you. Please put it on. Why? Why would I put the helmet on? You guys are gonna think I'm so stupid if I put the gosh thing helmet on. You know what I have? I have a Spider-Man mask. I got my boba, and I got my. I mean, we're bored anyway. Might as well put it on. You didn't even know you could put this on, did you? Okay. Does that make you happy, Kel? I can't see if my head's straight, so there you go. Does that make you happy? You think I won't? You think I won't put on a whole Vader suit? You think I won't buy a whole Spider-Man suit? You're out your mind. Look at that. Messed up my gosh dang hair, man. That's all right. I don't care if my hair gets messed up. There's still no sound over here. I mean, guys, we've been sitting here for like 30 minutes. I forgot that we were watching the court because you guys we've had so much fun with you guys in the chat here. This is the longest thing ever. Colby, how do you feel about going to CrimeCon? That's a great question. I feel pretty good about it. I've never been. I had a pretty good conversation about it prior to deciding to go. Again, I think that public speaking is something that I have always literally dreamed about. And like I said, not like a dreaming like a dream. I mean, literally sleeping and having dreams about public speaking my whole life. So I think that there's something more to me public speaking going forward in my life. I think we do it here. I mean, I know you guys we're not actually like in public, but I mean, if you were here, we'd be having the same type of conversation. So I think it'd be a good opportunity to share my side of the story of what it's like to be from this perspective. Ray gets to share his side and also Nate. So I think it's going to be a really good healing dynamic. And I think we're going to do something different. It's not just going to be, just like simple questions about the case only. I think it's about how do you move forward, even though it's been 5 years. So Colby, how do you not let what people say get you? I mean, mean people, they know everything because of what media says, but actually have no idea. I let negative comments get to me. I'll be honest with you. It takes time when it comes to negative comments. We're all human beings. I don't think anything. I'll answer this one as well. I think that comments and people being mean and saying horrible things about you, you just realize that those people are, I think, misguided, and you have to not take on identity of people. Like if someone says you're a horrible person, yeah, it might hurt your feelings, but then you say to yourself, I know I'm not a horrible person because of this. I found my identity. And so when someone says you're just like your mother, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. People were blaming me for Tylee and JJ, for Charles, have said I've had horrible things said about me my entire life. I've had people completely lie about me and I can't do anything about it. So it's really finding your center of gravity is I find out who I am as a person, and mistakes do not equate to who a person is. And it's the same thing for Lori. The reason why we nitpick Lori is not because of what she's doing. It's the fact that she keeps going. It's an example. Lori's an example of what not to do. At some point, you have to stop doing it, but she wants to keep going. And so that's why we have the conversation about Lori. It's not just to highlight the fact that she's wild. It's really about, hey, this person has a choice right now to not be in court and not do this, and chooses consciously to do it. So are you going to carry on the show after the court case? I don't know if you mean just like our Oh, this is a great question. If you mean like our lives and stuff, yeah. So we're completely heading into a new direction on the channel too. We're gonna be talking about other cases. I told you guys how sensitive and stuff I want to be with other people. The goal is to talk about other cases, bring in other people from other cases for the podcast, and talk about this stuff all as a full circle moment. And so we will for sure. We're going to continue to go. Would you do an Iron Man? Are you talking about like dress up as Iron Man? Without a doubt. I'm a huge Marvel fan. I'll put on the Spider-Man, the Iron Man. I'll wear a Vader suit. It is what it is. These are real tiles. We put these up. These are on Amazon. I really liked the look of them, and Kelsey helped me a lot. I only probably put up like 7 of these. She did the rest of them. She's incredible. So she helped set up the whole studio. I bought a desk that was going to give us a dynamic like left to right, and you could see a lot more on the desk. But we still have some work to do on here. I just saw a question that I'll answer. Where'd it go? I'm sorry if I missed it. It's gone. Someone said, do you still, yeah, these are literally 3D. You can touch these. They're textured. So I think that's why they look so good, and they kind of absorb the light, and they're really beautiful, honestly. Like, it makes the whole studio feel very real. What I wanted to do for a studio for us is like have something that you realize it's a studio. It's not just a normal room with a back wall or just a bunch of like random stuff here. I wanted it to have a studio feel. Yes, if you know what the delay is, you can tell us. That's completely fine. Oh, DC or Marvel? You're gonna get me in trouble here. I'm a Marvel guy. I think Batman as a concept is dope, and I think like Dark Knight stuff, and Superman's dope, but that's it. I don't really care for DC as far as like even dipping back into comics, which I'm nerdy like that. So I think I would go Marvel all the way. Someone did ask, do you talk to your mom? If I talk to Lori, I would tell her to completely give up what she's doing and let everybody go and let it go and move on with her life and let other people heal and stop hurting people, because she's still actively hurting people. So no, I did not talk to her. Colby, when the podcast shifts to you talking about different cases, can you discuss the Gabby Petito case? Her parents are amazing and open to talk to anyone. Yeah, and I would love to. That's the goal. So the goal, again, I know this is a lot of credit to Kelsey. We had a conversation where she brought it up. The direction that we're doing right now and where we're going with this is all the things that I wanted to do, of course. I would love to be able to talk to people like that, because it spreads awareness. It brings healing. It helps keep the people who are the victims the main light, not just the people who started the problem, right? So the murderers, we'll call them that. It doesn't give them the platform, but also brings back the power of the narrative of the people who are lost and who are loved. So that will be a big part of it. Are we going to talk about the cases themselves and dive into them more and talk about the psychological things that I see and this and that? Yes. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that we won't have an opportunity to bring healing and talk about with the people who are affected by the cases. That's the main also goal as bringing up the cases. The delay is having to move things out of order again due to Idaho peeps going before Pillar today. Lori's not happy. That would make sense. They've made a lot of. She's made a lot of noise about that. This is one heck of a side. We have had one of the most fun conversations on the channel because of this. So I don't regret it. That's a great question, Valerie. I don't know if okay. I'll have to answer another time. Just choosing to not be like her. That's it.
Yes.
Working hard on myself to be a better version of myself and recognizing that I can be wrong and I can do better every time. That's really it. Okay, I'm gonna go in my little box. You guys know I love you. I appreciate having that time with you. That was honestly amazing. That was a record-breaking sidebar, man. That was forever. I do have to say though, Trina's hair is like perfection. Her hair is like, I mean, I think Kay's the one that said that.
Get to your seats. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony
Yes.
from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel.
I was this morning,
All right,
literally.
so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
So we had to go out of order.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'll go around the court reporter up the ring.
Love to you too.
Right up here.
That was interesting that you said it's nobody's fault. Yeah, guaranteed it's Lori's fault. We're finally going. That was a long
You can
sidebar.
scoot in close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Danny Moss, Dan
don't know.
Moss. I own a window tinting shop.
Oh, he's a tint
in
guy. Come on.
Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
And
Oh,
is
he
it just
tinted
you
their car.
working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come
probably
in?
is.
Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay. If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's
that
there's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay.
This is Court TV's
And
audio,
if
so
someone
no, I
calls
can't.
in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. They can, if that doesn't work for them,
Guys,
usually they
be
can
nice to
drop
him.
off the car before hours or after hours.
He's a sweet guy. Come on.
Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay.
Literally.
I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's it's called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks
know.
clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
That's illegal, I thought.
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay.
20%.
And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Um,
I thought is 5 and to 1% is there's like an illegal tint. I'm gonna look it up. Illegal tint. What is the legal limit of tinting for your windows?
Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that.
So 33% front windows. Any darkness allowed on back and side rears.
If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate
Wow.
to a phone call that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
35% in the front in
And
Idaho.
then sort of the business of tinting relating to that initial call.
Rear side 35%.
Yes.
Rear window has no
The state
max.
will move to admit Exhibit 183. Like that's what I said.
183.
Yeah, each state is different. You're exactly right.
Packet.
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Yes, we're going to talk about other trials
The
for sure.
Exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close. 183.
All right, if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were
Maybe-
you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-3 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and in fact putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments,
So Brian,
a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480 number?
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019,
Yes.
and then that was at the 1:54 p.m.
Yes.
Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351? Advise them that you had an appointment available.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this.
oh, I want to go to Comic-Con this year. I missed it this year in Phoenix.
Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
What's up, Kenzie?
Okay.
It's from Ryan.
Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on.
Yeah.
Okay. And to put up,
That's tough.
can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows, just about ready to put some film on that door
Okay.
glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351 9120 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to
Yeah,
put
it's
tint
not-
on them?
All the time people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass because the factory tinted glass is usually like a 20% VLT. And you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
It's gray.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning, we can see a spray bottle. You clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
So if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah. If you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
Is that
So
0%?
would that mean you
No
can't see
vision?
anything in the back?
Yeah. Dark.
0.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there,
You wouldn't
wouldn't
see
be able to
anything.
see
Yeah.
Objection,
Oh,
speculation.
what?
Uh,
It's not speculation, dummy.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Thank you. That's
Now,
not
the
speculation, dummy.
20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Now, we see that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
And I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas. I guess.
Texas?
could I get you to speak up just a little bit?
It's the mics, guys.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay.
They might be, but we're just gonna stay tapped into Court TV. Court TV also showed us some serious love on here, so we appreciate them a lot for letting us use the feed.
One other question in this. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you?
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
Exactly.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall at this
Not
point?
that I can recall.
So other than knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions. Your
Here we go.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any.
There's not really anything to ask.
Step down.
We're just trying to, so Trina's just trying to show us that this happened, that they figured it out and that this is what happened. So we'll see what happens. The state's just trying to prove that they tinted the windows right before they did this, so that way nobody would know. I don't even know what they're planning because they had Tylee's Jeep. What were they going to do with it? Just use it as a freaking drive-by vehicle? I guarantee you this would have been their method had this been successful. But yeah, I felt bad for him too. I mean, that's what I think
All right,
someone
so
said it
come
earlier
on
in the
up. You're
chat
gonna stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn.
and said, how crazy is it that you are working one day and then you're sent to Arizona to testify to the fact that you tinted a Jeep, because it all is relevant to the fact that they were doing this, that they were tinted it only for the fact that they were going to shoot out of
Would you
it.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yep.
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed
Yes,
and
premeditated. Exactly.
utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes
Hmm.
in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software. It's called optical
Yeah, almost that thing.
character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images. And simultaneously, it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that
Well,
shorthand for something?
Yes, a license plate reader.
Okay. So it's easier for us to say LPR.
Yes.
Is there a system called Diesel that relates to the National License Plate Reader Program?
Yes, Diesel is our tactical query and alert system, and it stands for the DEA Special Intelligence Link.
Yep.
And that's how we access the information that is saved from the LPR cameras.
Okay. So can law enforcement agencies outside of the DEA access this Diesel system to determine if any of the cameras have caught a specific license plate?
Yes.
Oh, it's over.
The El Paso Intelligence Center, where the Diesel platform is located, they will vet state, local, tribal, and other federal law enforcement personnel to have or gain access to our Diesel platform.
Okay.
Oh.
So certain law enforcement agencies can get access to Diesel to see if a license plate has been read on any of the cameras.
Yes, as long as it's they're ingested into our Diesel platform.
And by ingested, what do you mean?
After the LPR camera that does feed into the Diesel platform, it will go into the Diesel platform where they can access that.
Do all of these license plate readers capture like just a photo of the license plate, or is it the vehicle? What are we getting in this system?
Depending on the vendor camera and the OCR, or the optical character recognition software, it will sometimes give you a visual of just the plate, and then other times will be the back plate, possibly depending on the position of another camera, the front plate, and sometimes an overall picture of the entire vehicle.
Okay. So if someone is driving on an interstate where one of these license plate readers are located, depending on the camera, it may capture a photo of the vehicle and of their license plate?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. Do all of these license plate reader cameras just look at the back of vehicles?
No, a DEA will sometimes also place cameras that read the front license plates. Usually we do this more for tractor trailers or semi-trucks who have a front plate that is different than the plate on the trailer.
I want to talk to you about the license plate reader near Holbrook, Arizona. For that reader on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
It captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the two lanes on that road going westbound.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach.
Reason why they used Tylee's Jeep is because there's a bad gate probably, and they had already taken her life. And there's sick people, and they wanted
So you
to
can take a look at Exhibit 121.
tint it and use it to
Let me know if
kill
you
another person.
recognize, the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
I don't know if she will cross him. I don't know what she's going to ask other than try to say that it wasn't the Jeep, but they have the proof. And that's why they brought him in here, is to show that that
Yes, I do.
Jeep was in Arizona.
And does that contain an affidavit authenticating those records as well as a diesel citing of a license plate from your National License Plate Reader program?
Yes, it does.
And that's kept in the normal course of business.
Yes.
State will move to admit pursuant to 803 and 902.
Objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
Was it not relevant?
121.
121's admitted.
The judge never goes for
121's admitted,
Oh,
sorry.
thank you. If I can have that to publish. Please.
relevance. It's admitted. He's just freaking.
All right.
Remember, they had the guy show
Let's
Up.
start with the
for the GPS
first
as well.
page of this. So is this a document that's part of the National License Plate Reader diesel system?
Oh my
Yes, it
gosh,
is.
there it is, driving
So in
down.
this case, when we're looking at the top here, first we see plate. Is that the plate that's associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD
Appreciate you, Susan.
0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license
Right.
plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain name. And a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
That was her coughing.
6:52
Shut up, Lori.
Standard Time.
Yes.
At that
Cough in the
time,
gosh
on
dang mic.
October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Exactly right.
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name. You said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph, we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Here we go. One or two, yes or
All
no.
right, cross.
One yes, two no. I hear notes. She's gonna cross him. Oh, that might be Trina's. She is gonna cross him. Oh, I did not expect that. Trina hit her shoulder. Yep, she is trying to be Trina. She's literally wearing the same exact color suits every time. I did not think she'd actually do it. What is she going to ask? She can't disprove it. They have it on camera and the dates and
Mr.
everything.
Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry.
Is that the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras
Oh,
that you
gosh.
have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times, depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to
Right.
defeat LPR cameras as well.
That's all she's
There
got.
are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Waves?
Yes.
You mean ways?
No, Your Honor, I'm going to object that and move to strike defendant's comments.
Thank you. What a stupid thing.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer.
The noise.
All right, go ahead and ask your.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You're a grown woman.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting was the only one in diesel.
Mhm.
Okay, so on October 2nd, you have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd.
He's just
is
said the
that correct?
first, stupid.
And not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
I'm going to object to speculation. Witness has
can-
already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from
I'm
Gilbert,
gonna again
Arizona?
Object
This
to,
is the objection
That's fine.
sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
She really thought she ate.
briefly.
She thought she ate because she said the Holbrook was. Why does she waddle like that? What happened to her? Oh, you can see her freaking belt though.
Sir, you told us that
Oh, sorry.
the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into Diesel.
So let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to Diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the Diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different
Shut
license
up,
plate
Lori,
reader
stop
programs
coughing.
out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see
Literally, yes.
things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you
She's
said you
trying
haven't
to
traffic.
cough
So
in the mic.
If traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating
Yes.
another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019, at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Yeah. Cross that, Lori.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Oh, she didn't even get to recross him.
Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar.
Why don't you keep coughing into the gosh dang mic, you mother flipper, you mother hecker? That's such a pointless. So you're gonna tell me that the Jeep's coming down towards Arizona the day before, the shooting happens the next day. They have Google everything on Alex trying to get back home to Idaho, and they have the Los Favoritos burrito receipt, dog. I mean, the only thing you could freaking say is that you don't have more pictures in Gilbert, which if you really want to pull, I wonder if they could do that and just like time stamp some traffic lights. I mean, if you really want them to do that, you're done. So I have no idea what's going on right now. I don't know what she thinks is going to happen. Also, she's straight coughing into the mic. Like she's literally, when did she wasn't coughing once. All of a sudden you have a cough? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Yeah, that's wild. She wants people to think she's sick. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid. It's just such a clear, there's so much clear evidence against her, but in court, you have to play the game. Trina obviously is doing her best. Lori obviously has nothing other than to try to dispute each person. So there's really not anything that anybody can do about it. She's going to do this the rest of the time. That's all she's got. She doesn't have enough evidence to refute. She just has to make every witness look stupid and or like they don't know what they're talking about or that they don't have enough evidence. That's
All
it.
right, members of the jury, again, I have,
Whoa.
please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback. I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to
Oh, wow, it's
start
already lunch.
at 1:15 p.m.
Lori.
1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
Wait, I didn't go in my box. Okay, there's no point going in my box. Doug, I know her cough. That's literally her. She's coughing so hard in the gosh dang mic. And I would be livid if I was there. That's her cough. She's coughing. And it's loud. And she's doing it as dramatically as possible. She's a very dramatic human being. Very dramatic. You don't need me to tell you that. But now
Recess till 1:15.
all of this is making sense. The drama, the crap. All right, look, we started so late. We spent an hour hanging out, which I love. I actually had so much fun hanging out with you guys. I'm going to go eat real quick and get some water, stuff like that. Like I said, I'm going to leave this on for you. You guys don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to. We're going to keep tapped into this. I love you guys. I will come back a little early so we can talk and just kind of go over what's happened so far. And then we'll jump back in when it's time. We're going to turn off the music here. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Love you. And see you guys. Surprise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, 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 hey. What's up, guys? Back from lunch. I had to keep the the court TV's got some music pumping, so I kept that off. How close are we to the end? Not that far off. They've got to finish. I think they only have 3 people. 3 people coming back. I got you. Sorry, Ruth. Oh, we back again. Ice cold, ISO. Yeah, so we're about 5 minutes out from what we know to be the beginning. Like I said before, we don't know exactly how long we are. We have about, I don't know, maybe a few more people to go. This is the end though. We are really close to the end. We are not far out from this whole trial being over, looking possibly tomorrow by Wednesday. We're not looking that far out. Sorry, guys. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I never know how to come back in because it just goes from the screen. So I remove our screen, I come back, and then I just don't know like how to say. I don't know why. That's why I say surprise. What was for lunch? Great question. I had some leftover mashed potatoes and meatloaf is what we had downstairs. We have, I'm trying to get some protein in today. So that's what we had for leftovers. Yeah, you know what? Amber, I think I'll have to grab some music or something. Maybe I'll put some music on for us. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you, like, we're all a community. We're all allowed to have different opinions on different things. I just want us to stay respectful in the chat. I know that sometimes we can get a little heated and stuff. Just remember, like, it's okay to have a difference of opinion on stuff. Even over the break, I had left a comment with somebody who had said something, and we talked about earlier, talked about mean comments, things of that nature. I don't usually care to respond to them, but sometimes I just feel the need that it's just okay to set a boundary with somebody. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. We've been doing this for 3 days now. So we've done some really, really long streams. Today's been a weird day because we waited forever on that sidebar. They started late. We waited forever on the sidebar, and now they are, you know, kind of behind. They like we did one person, and then we literally just, I feel like we just jumped straight to lunch. It was just really, really fast because we were so late. No. Sorry I scared you guys. They're returning in 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. 1 minute. I lied. Yeah. What'd you guys have for lunch? If you had lunch. It's so funny. You see it says jury returns at 4:45 Eastern. I just forget. You guys always tell me your different time zones. I'm in Arizona where this is happening. So obviously my time zone is matched to what they're doing. So I had lunch. But what'd you guys have to eat if you had lunch? What's for dinner tonight? I was just asking Kel. We're about to have a good dinner tonight. Some pizza, some salad. I love it. Yeah, guys, we're supposed to be back in 1 minute. So cheese balls and coffee. I love it. I love it. Oh, you had a sandwich and everything? Sunflowers and Dr. Pepper. I love it. That's so funny. Pot stickers. Well, that's good. Yeah, we don't know what Lori's going to pull. Ooh, I love Greek food. I love it. Kelsey started making me this Greek salad. It's like cucumbers, tomatoes, all olives, all that kind of stuff. It's those, I forgot, Kamala olives, Kamada, whatever they are. And so then she got me pita jungle, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna like that." And then she got the pita jungle, and it was incredible. I fell in love with it. So I really, really like. I forgot what the mix is. Kelsey knows. Yeah, it's late for you guys, I'm sure. Oh my gosh, 10:45 in Denmark. Oh, here we go. Okay, my bad. We're on to wait.
Okay.
Little box.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile for the known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the profile came from?
yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying, but Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emilyn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Marianne Robb.
I
And
cannot
resume with
change the volume, guys. It's on Court TV.
Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emilyn
gosh,
Sapinosa,
bro.
you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not
Okay.
going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that. So I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that.
I
for
think she
Detective
means,
Pillar.
guys,
We just haven't
today.
got to
Like
it
if we
yet.
continue.
And then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting
I don't know.
cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them.
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handles, seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used.
I think
he
she
will be
means today,
testifying
guys.
As to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right.
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
Okay.
and what the swabs are.
All right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Do you want, are they lined up or, okay.
What's going on right now, bro? So assuming we continue is what I'm assuming means she means on track. Because she has to call people and she can't do it with Lori because Lori gets to cross and that can take a long time. So I think she's saying if we continue the way we're supposed
Because
to.
according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going to just have our same objection to the Crawford that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it. If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Emilyn Sapinosa was just simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little,
order?
it could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that that type of sequence if they don't, if they're not able to. So
Your Honor, obviously, because we started 2 days late last week due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So
Okay.
we're doing what we can with what we got.
all right, let's bring the jury in.
It's all out of order because of Lori. She took so much time, they couldn't just do it the way they need to, and now people flew in and all that stuff. It's very inconvenient for people. And yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. And now she's acting like it's not confusing. It's her fault. It's Lori's fault that we are doing it out of order. She's done nothing but that. Right. She's literally the
All right,
reason.
please be seated. The jury's back.
It's pretty
Again, we're
ridiculous.
still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
This is wild. I feel so bad for them because it's so out of order and like it shouldn't be this bad, but it is because Lori. And it's really hard because the jury is the one, you're only presenting this for one group of people. It's a jury. It's not for us. Everybody else knows the jury's the only one that you're presenting this for. And Lori has done a great job of causing chaos to make it harder than it actually is for the jury to be able to do that, you know? Like the jury's just, now it's just confusing. It's like, this person is going to testify to this moment, blah, blah, blah.
All right, you're going to come right up here and my clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Could be.
Around the court reporter up there.
Guys, it's just because court TV is super quiet and my mic is loud. It's actually, my mic's pretty normal. It's just that the court TV has a really low volume feed.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Gosh,
Where
Lori,
did you
some
work
coughing
back
in the mic.
in 2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Dexter.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
Dexter.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did.
100%.
So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA,
Hmm.
can you talk to us about
Yeah.
first sort of
Okay, Emma.
DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents. Half of it is from your mom. The other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known
What's up,
source
Taz?
of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA
Could be,
profile
yeah.
from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were
Yeah, it could easily be a fake profile, guys.
working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform the creating a DNA profile for the known, for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander Cox?
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as a Gilbert item.
And was that when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? Is it, what do they do to get that to you?
Yes, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. That then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze.
Let her talk. She can say whatever she
any
wants.
Packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
Mhm.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes,
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox?
yes.
State has no other questions for this witness.
Yeah, if Emma Daybell wants to talk on another channel, she's has an opinion, she can say whatever she wants. If she wants to talk to me, she knows where to find me. Here, I'll put my email in here for her too. If she wants to have a conversation, she can talk to me. I'm not afraid to have a conversation with her.
Are
There you
there any
go.
questions for this witness from any member of the jury?
Oh, Gmail, not
Not seeing
Jamal.
any.
Jamil.
Step down. Thank you.
That was a mess, huh?
Statement
try it
notes,
again.
next witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, if she's on there talking crap, that's fine. That's just how the internet is. I'm not afraid to have a conversation with her. She's allowed to have an opinion, and if she wants to talk crap somewhere else, then that's her opinion too. It's a lot of people that do that on YouTube. You can see it. We don't do that here. We're not here to just talk crap. We're here to learn. We're watching, observing Lori, but it's because it's human behavior, and I'm here to listen what happened with my family and to give you guys my opinion on that. I might say some snarky things, but I'm not gonna do that. What's going on right now? I appreciate you guys. We know what we're doing here.
I'm right up here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
We know why we're here. We're not here for bull crap like that.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? L-I-S-A-N-D-E-R-R-Y. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I appreciate you guys. We know what we're here for.
Reporter of the record.
Appreciate
Please
you guys.
introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
I work for Mesa.
I appreciate that,
Forensic
Robin.
Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor
Oh.
from Western Washington University. After some times in some biotechnology labs, I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program.
Absolutely.
After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
You guys have
Back
helped me create that.
in
That's what we're going to keep creating. We're not
January
going to stoop down to anybody's
December,
level, no matter
January
what they say.
Of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process
Her
is?
mic is like broken
When
or
swabs
something.
have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes. and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes.
Appreciate you,
again,
Taz.
And then I'm going to remove
It's a good
swab
point.
material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Going back to
100%.
January, I think, 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up.
Yes,
It's above her pay grade
Looking
for
up your notes,
sure.
help refresh your recollection.
Thank you, Diane.
To whether or not that occurred here.
it would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May
If
I
you
look
could
at them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
Anyway, just to put to rest that point, even if people are talking crap about,
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided
I'm
with
not
the
gonna talk
swab
over it.
645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seatbelt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645890 from the
Uh-oh.
passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus
thank you guys.
an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent. And then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would have an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary. So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal, my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions.
They need to check her mic, bro. Somebody's got a mic check her. Something's wrong.
Cross.
No questions, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
you don't want any
Questions for this
smoke.
witness from the jury?
Lori wants no smoke with
Don't see
a
any
educated woman. I promise you that.
Thank you. I'm gonna go get my
She
notes.
would. That woman right there would just. Lori would not stand a chance there, because she just doesn't know how to confuse someone who knows how to hold themselves. She only goes back and forth with witnesses who are close to the case and detectives. It's really interesting. None of the experts get across. Yeah, you don't want smoke with her. I don't want smoke with her. I'm not sure. Thank you for your chat. Now you mute it after I appreciate you guys. They are dressed alike again. They have the same one. There's another
Go ahead
expert.
and come up here in front of my clerk.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Lori and Trina are wearing the same exact color suit, just like last time. Oh, you know we do. I hope they fixed her mic. Something's going on. There we
Would
go.
you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in
Oh,
Arizona
that's-
for 34 years.
She responded to
Where did you work
Brandon.
Prior
That's
to
her.
Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years. And
Yes,
started with Gilbert PD in 1990.
that's her. I understand. I remember her voice.
What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you
Thank you,
saw when
Angie.
you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there. And I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreau.
Hmm.
After speaking with Brandon Boudreau for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, I mean, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo
Let me
when
see if
you
I can do a
arrived? Was
poll
there
for
any
you
other
guys from
officers
now
with you
on.
initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in
I
your
think Lori
34
will.
years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot,
Literally.
I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up exhibit 26. Pull it out a little.
That's what we're voting on. 1 for yes, 2 for no. If you think she
Is this
will
what
Lori
you
cross her.
saw?
Yes, I did. Exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreau, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No,
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
definitely not.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Right.
Do you
Tire
recall
iron.
him saying that he hadn't seen that
Tire
before,
iron.
before
you,
you
Alec, for
pointing it
your
out?
Oh, that's correct. Yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes,
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my police. We have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that, as you can see on what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger or the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him
100%.
that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. You know, the car with this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
The description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered and he just got scared. So he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound. And if we can see that it was that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street. And it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him, and he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he and called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4 door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about the type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Okay. And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement officer, retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, it's good. You need to manually open up the bolt. The project or the casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two doors, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire? If you want to just open the window? And
Yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window, it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting
Appreciate
this
that.
information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did
100%.
at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come into that area. And it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
Yeah.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here, and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon.
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you
Go get her.
try to, or did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this.
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where a Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Here we go.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes,
Mm.
he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Oh my gosh.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That is correct. He's moving in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday, he had been physically moving into this house.
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes,
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes,
You told us that at some point, Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene.
yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes,
Did you at some point talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
State has no other questions.
Oh, it's over. Here she goes. She's gonna cross. That'd be wild if she didn't. Yep. If she grabs that pad and she's going. The officer's going to wreck her. What is she thinking? This is a bad idea, brother. You better sit your butt down and be humble. This is a horrible idea. This woman is confident. She's gonna rip you to shreds. She did not miss a beat, and that was a long time ago. She's not afraid of Lori.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is
retired?
fine.
That's fine. She didn't even let her finish.
Officer Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2, 3 feet, maybe.
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
What?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay. And then where did you park when you drove up?
Oh my.
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes,
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
now when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
She's trying to
Okay.
trip her up. That's why she's asking her such specific questions. She thinks she's going to trip her up
And then
in
when
little
you
details.
looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car. So if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Stupid.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
Fragments. They already talked about that.
You didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later.
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was
Mhm.
that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here. The projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up and it would have been kind of
Ballistics.
upward motion into the frame of the car,
An upward motion.
kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
That's why I brought it up, guys. Why
I did not
reacted to it.
measure it,
She's
but
not
it was
coughing for real.
definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know.
Typical? What's
That's not
typical?
bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay.
Why would you ask that? You know exactly what the gun was, motherfricker. You know
And so
exactly
did you
what it was.
give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat. Is that correct? The back door
Yes,
to the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
no,
How about glass?
Which glass? In the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just, was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No,
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
The
There was
flooring,
glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't.
the
know.
flooring.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Oh my gosh.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
She's gonna say no further questions soon. You got nothing left to say.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a what is that, a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
Okay.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
She didn't look it through. Okay. She didn't look it
And
through.
you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a paintball gun?
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
I'll see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Her question is basically something about trying to frame it on someone else.
You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
I know. I don't know
I don't
what that
believe the
is.
crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
But he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you
Oh,
that.
the Coke
I don't
bottle.
know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up,
The
it could
friends weren't there yet.
possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
Or it
Possibility.
fell out while he was driving back.
Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or,
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
okay.
I remember.
But initially he was standing in the street.
Right.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him? That he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
The bin.
Sustain.
Yeah, it was a little boy with a paintball gun that shot at Brandon.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered.
That's
That
a
was
big word for
the
you.
used.
Yes.
That's a big word for you, Lo.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at. And he said camel green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock,
I don't believe so, no.
but you heard him say the word camo green.
That is correct.
And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
And when it hit the freaking car, yeah,
Couldn't tell you.
the
I don't
bang
know
would be
if
the
silencer
car.
on a rifle, I have no idea.
Not
I've
the
never heard
shot. Oh.
Silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle. So I don't know how loud or how quiet it would be.
It would be the when it hit. It has nothing
And so
to do
if
with
you're
the shot.
inside a car, like a nice car, right? Like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut, and the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on. You might not even hear a loud, but I mean, if there was a
It
silencer, you
hit
might not
the
even hear a loud
door and
bang
the
at all.
glass,
Wouldn't
you
that be true?
idiot.
To speculation, since she's already indicated she doesn't
Hold on.
know.
She testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection.
It's nothing to do with the pop of the gun. It would be the hit into the car with the glass and the metal, getting a bullet shot at it. That was the loud noise, not the gun pop.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
Exactly.
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So would it be hard? Someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away?
On a moving
rifle?
target?
No, I don't think so.
On a moving target, maybe, yeah. He was still driving. Yeah. And
And you had
thank
stated
God
that you
that he
didn't think
wasn't.
that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No,
Exactly.
Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block?
How many times did she have to answer your
That's correct.
question?
I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
Oh my
I
gosh.
couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe two.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his two friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
Not relevant.
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him? Like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay.
How's that funny? You're so dumb. I'm sorry. You're horrible at this. You need to stop.
You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
What
When I
the
initially
hell
arrived,
are you talking
No,
about?
after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
Where's her cough, guys? Remember? You thought I was focusing on it. I'm telling you it was fake because where is it? She hasn't coughed once since being up here. It's been about 25 minutes, maybe. No cough.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
This is so stupid.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
I am. My brain is melting, and it's 106 degrees outside, and my brain is burning from this woman.
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybach?
Raybuck,
Oh,
yes.
Raybach. Okay, I must have that one. And did she convey to you?
Object to hearsay.
Mm.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustain.
Did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustain.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
This is really
She
bad.
really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Pillar?
I don't remember there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No,
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
no.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
Beat
They
Withers.
submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay.
My word. This is tough to listen to. Like I'm not kidding.
And
This
in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not
What
sure
is
about
fun?
that.
Why are you letting? She's not your friend.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir.
She's actually trying to answer the questions honestly and earnestly by looking through a report so she can give a straight answer. Because Lori wants to know for the 15th time if Brandon said puke green. We are so stuck on the puke green and the pin and the glass in the thing and looking for a bullet casing. That's all she's got. Yeah. Yeah. Worst goddess that ever happened in the world. The goddess of crap. Put that in your bank, baby. Put that in your mother's crock pot. Oh, I am like, my circuits are fried.
I do see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
Yeah, and what the hell is
That-
puke
what-
green?
Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I object to hearsay.
Puke green.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brendan also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun. Is that
Not
correct?
real. Oh my gosh.
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay.
Something on the freaking end of a barrel.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Gosh, you're dumb.
All right. Redirect.
That was really tough to watch. It's so confusing. Nothing she said had any merit or made any sense, and it was just loops back to the same question again down the road that were answered. Why do you want to represent yourself? Why? What is the point of this? What was the point of any of this? You are not even competent. You can't even speak
When
clearly.
you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you
Uh-oh.
officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct. Yes.
I'm going to look something up real quick. I'll tell you what it says. I'm going to look up
When you were
silencer.
talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred.
Oh, the
that
cough
day, that
happens
he wasn't able
immediately
to
when she
tell
said
you
sorry.
what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you,
Just literally press the mute button.
turned onto his street and saw this Jeep?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto his street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
Something's
And he
wrong
was
with their
able to tell
sound,
you about
guys.
seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered.
That is correct.
I have info
and
for you
that
guys about
after
the
that, he went
muzzle
straight.
after this.
That, yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it had that Texas license plate on it,
that's correct.
the direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I
Get
believe
out
he
of here.
did.
That cough.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That is correct.
Get out of here with that garbage. Who's coughing
When you
now?
were there, you were asked by the defendant about about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
Ugh.
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
The hell's
That's
happening in that
correct.
room?
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
We're all gonna start coughing. This is wild. The frick is happening in here?
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe
you.
so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk?
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on, and then, yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
To kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
Yeah, I'd be pissed if I was in that
And
room.
then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla,
Zoom out, buddy. That's zoom in. That's zoom out. Zoom out. Appreciate you,
Was
Marie.
it just a little more than the width of the driveway,
Mhm.
basically? Put up exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about, the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's
Right.
driveway?
Yes,
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
Brandon's
Thank
car
you.
would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe
What
approximately
is this
10 feet.
bucket?
Okay.
This is bothering me to death. What the heck is this? What is that? What is in that bucket with the freaking
And
overlines?
then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep go.
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
For real, what
Yes, I
is
went
in that
back
bucket,
onto my
bro?
routine
It's
patrol.
bothering me.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this.
Like, what is that? Yeah, it looks like there's like
Are
cloths.
are there any questions for this witness?
It's bothering me to death. It's right under
Write
that
down your
table.
question if you have a question.
Oh,
Pass
question.
it forward.
Okay, here we go. Finally, a jury question. Holy crap. It's been a fat minute. I don't think we've had one jury question in 3 days. Seriously, dog, what is that? As that's a throw up bucket, that's really far away from anybody. They're up here, they're over here. That's really far. So I think they have a trash can right here. I don't know. Yeah, that's why it's overflowing. Who is this cough thing is crazy in here, bro. If I was in here, look, it's like a selected cough. There you go, right as I said it. Right in the hand. Everybody knows. Hey, you ever heard of Dracula? Hit him with the freaking, like Dracula throws his gosh dang thing up. Throw that thing up, baby. Cough right here. Right in your hand. In the hand where you hold the mic. Oh, you mother fricka. All right. I'm going to tell you guys this real quick since they're going to do the jury question. It sounds like it's going to happen on sidebar first. What a suppressor does on a rifle, it actually just reduces the muzzle blast when the gun is fired, redirects and contains the expanding gas. So inside the suppressor are the baffles and the expansion chambers that trap and dissipate gas energy, sounding like a crack of a so reducing the sharp crack of the shot does not eliminate the supersonic crack. And within 10 feet hitting glass and metal, 100% you would have heard exactly what you heard in that gosh dang thing, bro. You would have heard the crack just like we did. Such a stupid question. Why are you fake coughing from the jury? I hope someone in the jury goes, why are you the dumbest human I've ever listened to talk? And I'm just being honest. Like, look, if Lori was if she was great at defending herself, we would straight up say that she actually is a great defender of herself. She understands the law and she knows what she's doing. The honest to God truth is, it is insufferable to listen to her speak and try to ask a question. The questions are so unbelievably looped back around to the same one over and over and over until she finally gets an answer she might want. And
Or would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
Harder than what? Than a closer?
All right. Any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
It would be hard to hit a moving target in a flash where you popped a gate and shot a moving target.
The movement of the object you're striking also play into
There
the
you go.
difficulty of hitting it.
Come on, Trina.
It would be the moving of the vehicles.
Yep.
Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform,
Right.
and you're able to shoot where
There's
there's
nothing back there.
when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will, it will kind of
Thank you,
go up the
Robin.
recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
Exactly.
So if a person is shooting
A driver
moving target
there.
using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming
1000%.
here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
And that could have saved Brandon's life, the fact that Alex couldn't balance the gun out.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess. For
All
about
right, we got 15
minutes.
minutes.
Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Oh my gosh, bro, that was painful. Prayers up for my guy tomorrow, Ray. Prayers up for Ray. He's gonna have to put up with this. He's gonna have to hold himself. It is not easy. I don't know how I'm gonna do it if I'm sitting in there listening to her. It's rough. This has been interesting, guys. I'm honest to God, I would be unbiased if I thought that Lori was doing a good job. She is absolutely not. And she makes zero sense. All right, I'm going to go grab some water. Be right back. Love you guys. See you in a sec. Well, hello. You're all watching court with me today. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Not watching court with me. I'm sorry if I scared you. Couldn't really come in any other way today. Oh, frick dis. How about that? Maybe I'll just tap it. Can we do this? Oh, that's annoying. Good. I tried to give them a delay. So if you're watching and you're, because some people said they're at work, so they're listening. If some people were watching, I popped in, gave it a second, then spoke. Maybe I'll like do this. Does this actually work? Hold on. We're going to try something right now. We're going to try this. Tell me if you hear this music. Never mind. I don't hear it. Okay. Never mind. Frick this. Yeah, you want me to cough about 100 times until it's time for me to speak? That was wild. Oh, you heard the music. Is it off now? Please tell me it's off. All right, well, I turned it off. What are my thoughts? Great question. Oh, my thoughts. It's just not unexpected. I guess what I think is this is what I think. I think that right now, nothing is shocking. We already knew from the last trial that Lori doesn't know what she's doing. So that's not really new. I think really what we have to look at here is inside the mind of Lori. Remember, I keep saying this, but we have to keep putting ourselves in the court shoes in a way of this. The only people we're trying to convince of the wrongdoing is the jury. And Lori's trying to convince them that there is no wrongdoing. She has taken that angle. Obviously, someone's helping her. So you have to remember, this isn't just Lori. There's a team that is helping her. And the only way they can do that is to take little tiny bits of information and try to twist it up to make it look like the person who's speaking doesn't know what they're talking about. I've learned a lot from court now because of this trials, because I've watched it. And I am listening to Trina. And when I listen to Trina, I understand how you would rebuttal all of those things. Appreciate you, Don. Thank you. So with all that being said, there's nothing unexpected happening in this trial. What's really crazy to me mostly is just the fact that she has the audacity to do it. The fact that she even thinks that it's okay to be in this position as a lawyer, trying to act like she has no idea what's happening. And that's really my thoughts right now. I mean, I don't think that she is going to get any better. I think that this is almost over. And she's only, so weird. She's only refuted anything to do with, or rebutted, I guess. Sorry, not refuted, but just rebutted anything to do with a detective. She doesn't go at experts. And I think it's because the experts would really shut her down. She knows she doesn't know enough information about it. So that's kind of a smart move. I wonder if her counsel is telling her not to, saying, hey, don't mess with the experts. That's what it is. So as of right now, I think that she's going to continue to not sound intelligent, unfortunately, for herself, I guess. It's not unfortunate for us, but for herself, she's so unbelievably not made to do this. And you'd think that she would just be embarrassed, but she's not. I don't understand. I think, again, you know what blows my mind the most? How in the world is this not embarrassing? Like, how do you hear yourself and not think, you know how we all do stuff like that? Like, you say something to somebody and you're like, why did I say that? Or like, why did I say it that way? I should have said this, or I shouldn't have said anything at all. There's none of that there. Like, that's just completely blank. There's no idea or concept of, oh, that's a good point. Maybe there's no shame. If there's no shame, that's what's weird is that though she feels shame when she gets kicked out of the court, you could see it. She turned bright red. Like she doesn't want to be yelled at. She wants to be liked. She wants to be heard by people. She wants to be accepted and wants to act like nothing has ever happened and that she's not wrong. The only reason she's deflecting off of the fact that she did anything wrong, that she won't admit any wrongdoing, is that it would hurt her internally and it would hurt her to admit that she did something wrong. So she has to pretend that she didn't. So it's really weird. Yeah, I was embarrassed too, Rebecca. I was embarrassed to listen. I'm not a fan of listening to her talk. And the thing is, there's nowhere to go. You have nothing to refute. You have nothing you can say that ends the debate of who's this or that. It's ridiculous. It's just utterly ridiculous. Yeah, it's a narcissist. So this is what's interesting, and we're going to do a case study on Lori. Oh, hold on. We got to go back. I'll go in my box. We'll do a case study on narcissism and Lori.
There, you got to call me again.
Yeah, why don't you come back up?
I can hear you talking, Lori. Press the button. Yeah, she'll probably put it on Alex in closing statements and Melanie. She's going to pull herself out of all, unless they have, somebody's going to pull in. Yeah, you're horrible at not pressing the button, guys. Unless they pull in some damning texts from Lori and whoever else, between her and Alex or whatever. They haven't pulled that yet. Oh yeah, now it's across.
Thank you. The jury is now present.
For
The parties
Pillar.
are
Oh my
present. We'll
gosh.
resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pillar, Detective Pillar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That was started on Friday afternoon. So go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about
Yeah, I did.
how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, in the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it. And then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
You guys think she's going to cross him?
So
100%.
the
I agree
packages
with you.
themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from.
Yes,
And then those little vials are put into a plastic bag that itself is also sealed.
correct.
So when the person who is performing any analysis on it receives it, that should all be sealed.
Correct.
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
Correct.
Yeah, I think she's for sure going to do it.
Talk to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes.
Mhm.
can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location,
Yeah, she does. It's weird.
initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those?
Thank you,
items,
Crazy Nana. I
so
love
for
you
like
too.
the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection,
I
you
agree with
seal
you.
the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves before proceeding to the next collection location.
Now, in this case, we're talking about
High
collecting
school
this evidence
graduate.
in another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you process the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on
Yep.
in Rexburg, Idaho, though.
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding.
Probably.
For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property evidence building gets its own unique number with the associated report number.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
So we had heard, for instance, about swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process.
Correct.
Appreciate you, Kimberly.
But the protection and the integrity is what you or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with the crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashek?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility.
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th.
Okay.
And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department. So it was a secure facility where that Jeep was located.
When you went there.
Shake
were
your
you-
head.
Was
jerk.
there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo,
He
with
was
you to execute that search?
Yes,
Did the Jeep itself have, I'll call it integrity tape on the doors?
No.
yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep.
I'm
to
not.
Show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
Your Honor, the
Welcome,
statements from
Don.
the defendant exhibits 48 through 68, if I can have my paralegal approach with those.
It doesn't offend me because she's one of the most offensive people that there is, and I'm not going at her. I'm reacting to her. It's very different than when like going after somebody and their character versus attacking them out of nowhere. I'm just reacting to the fact that she doesn't know what she's doing, and it's apparent. It's a very different situation than trying to go at her. We're literally just sitting here listening to someone and going, how in the world can you think that that was a good question? Yes, I'm going to answer this. Yes, she's what I call lawless. And what lawless is a hate of all structure of law. And she was taught that. And that's exactly what it is. This is tough, man.
Do you recognize those as photographs that were taken on November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes,
And is that, those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
correct,
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes,
Was that associated to Texas?
yes, it is. It was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Guys, it looks
Were
really
you able
blue
to
even
see
on
into the
screen.
vehicle?
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
Probably
flashlight.
the company that they
Exhibit 53, closer up
were
of the
paying
seals
it.
and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window, the tire and the seals there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
And then again, showing the seals in 56, 57 is that
It's lighting.
sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate.
Yes,
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
correct.
Now, in Exhibit 6 here, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because the door is what actually
They should.
has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of better word, door here.
Correct.
Tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you
Right.
talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes,
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreau had explained occurred on October 2nd?
yes,
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area.
I think a lot of that will happen in
the back
closing.
window opened it partially and was fired from
She's
within
painting
that
us-
cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
She's painting a
So based
story.
upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present. So around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as one
Yes.
of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes,
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
yes,
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
yes. And as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR.
Did they find it? That's what I want
Gunshot
to know.
residue.
That's it.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
Here we go.
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about.
Here it comes.
When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the
Show the
October
video.
2nd shooting.
Yep, they're going to show the video of that getting taken out. Here we go. It's over.
When you were
Thank you, Katie
processing
Bug.
this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreau?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreau told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put exhibit
They're setting it up, but
61
they're
up
not doing
here,
it.
Was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
And
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was
Sorry,
GSR taken
answered.
from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
Was GSR taken from this passenger
Mm.
side rear window
yes,
and from this headrest or rooftop there?
correct, yes.
Mm.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection.
Were you not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package, the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes,
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect
Appreciate you.
biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seat belt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch
No.
as crime specialist Tammy
That's
Lashik
too relevant.
swabbed each of these areas that we've just
Oh,
had?
thank you, Maya.
Yes, I watched her swab, take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, she changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Could be.
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Sounds like Trina's wrapping up.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes,
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
yes,
Zoom out.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
no fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth, but there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints, but we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in
Get rid
the
of this.
driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side.
Yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up.
yes.
And so those areas were processed and nothing of.
That's a good question.
significance or of,
I don't think
um,
that they've ever
either you
officially
or
done
Ms.
that.
Lischek felt was a latent print was recovered.
Nothing that was usable, correct?
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes,
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at?
Kylie
there, that
wasn't on the
2018 Jeep
registration.
Wrangler?
yes. And I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
Mhm.
You told us that each item of
Yeah, I just don't know
evidence
if that's
is
what it is. Thank you, Sherry.
sealed with integrity.
Thank you for
but
the love for
then
Tylee and JJ.
provided a impound number, correct?
Very sweet of
Yes.
you.
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
Correct.
Did you guys stay
Tomorrow.
in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning. And that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department?
Usually just a little more nervous.
To be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so that, are they all kept together in their own separate plastic?
Wow,
bags?
Heidi. That's
But
very
each
generous of
vial is
you.
individually sealed inside of there.
Correct.
It's very, very, very
So
kind
were
of you.
there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
You guys are so amazing.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded?
You
as
guys are
items
seriously incredible.
645-886 and 645-888?
Yes. And yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number?
You guys are the
that was
real
written on it by
MVPs.
Ms. Lischek in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
You guys are incredible,
So
seriously.
each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645889?
Yes.
And the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890?
Yes.
And the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891?
Yes.
And the swab for the gear shift as 645893?
Yes.
The swab for the passenger interior
Literally.
door handle as 645.
You read my mind.
Yes.
The swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645895.
Yes.
The swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
We've also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that. Yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison?
Appreciate
to
you
those
guys. You guys know
swabs
I
that were
love you.
taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded with into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
I appreciate you guys. You're gonna make me cry. I start tearing up.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Should I
Were
call
you
them and
also
ask them?
responsible
What color
for
suit
writing
tomorrow,
search
guys?
warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies
lie.
to send you records within those
Should I get a puke green?
certain date ranges and items that they're to
That
send you?
does. Who would ever
Yes,
describe
you
that?
can
He
have
never
David
said that
explaining your
word.
reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court. for a
Absolutely,
judge
I
to
will.
review, and if approved,
He's gonna feel your love.
that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7
Yes.
480-489?
Yes.
I wonder why they blocked. my phone.
480-3.
Puke green. I'm gonna walk in and
Yes.
say, "Can I
And
get a
480.
puke green?" You're gonna say, "What the hell is puke
Yes.
green?"
Show.
Guys, I love you too. You made me tear up. I don't know if you could see it. I don't want you to see it, right? Because I don't like to cry in front of people. But
And is Track
You guys are so
Phone, I
supportive
guess,
and
one
loving.
of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and
welcome,
assign
Carolyn.
phones.
You guys are easy to love too.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755, 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
I appreciate you guys. You guys make this community. It's not just me. It's all of you guys. We're all
I
a big
can
group,
have my
big family out here.
both of them.
You guys know that I love you. And you guys are incredible. Thank you, Sherry and Heidi, again. Very sweet. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you guys for spending your time here again. Thank you. I know Trina does not want to talk to her. Oklahoma.
My paralegal approach with 177 and 176.
Hugs right back from the 107-degree weather out here in Arizona. We love you. Go win you a championship, Oklahoma. You got the MVP. You should win.
Recognize those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records.
Yes.
Subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 480-489-4652 associated to Lori Vallow.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
The state will
man.
move to
You guys are
admit
just too nice.
177
I love
and
you so much.
176.
No objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry, 176, 177 are admitted.
Yeah, it's bad. Seriously, guys. It is literally.
We've heard
107
of
right
the
now.
number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Was that number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
107 degrees.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179.
It is not funny how hot it is. Midnight in the UK. I just saw that. You've got our love, Carolyn.
Does that contain an affidavit authenticating
It's
them,
crazy.
a thumb drive of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th?
Yes. Let me just want to double check one.
It's bad, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I'm upstairs in the studio, and like our windows are blacked out and everything. We got the fans on.
Yes.
I can feel it. 108 in Sun City. Yeah, it's hot out here, bro. It's not stale. Yeah, it's bad.
351-9120 number, the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting
I'd love it to be
with
cold out here.
Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
We'd like to go out and get some California weather. That's the best weather we're the closest to. Heidi, don't waste your money on a puke green suit. Buy a classic, classy suit. Represent who you are. I love it.
Foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
Crawford.
179 is admitted.
She never wins those. Oh, man.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records for 480, 489? Call the phone number associated to Lori Vallow and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's hot out here, guys. It's seriously like dangerous. And that's a good point. We're gonna have to do something up in this office, in this studio. It is. I can
This is
feel the heat
exhibit
coming through.
179.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
On these records,
was very
179
sweet of you.
being the
Thank you,
records
Marilyn.
associated to Alex Cox. Did you note phone call?
I love talking with
to
you guys.
the called number 480-489-4652.
Yes,
Antarctica?
And that's
But
the
you're
number
freezing out there.
associated with Lori Vallow.
that is her number, yes,
Um,
associated with her.
Oh, we've
Now
got
we
it.
see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT -6. I'm going to pull in closer for this.
We are
Correct?
got the fan
Yes.
on, the air on, and
Is
still
that-
burning.
9:02 a.m. Idaho time.
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT -7?
yes,
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
70.
that
That's
would be
nice.
correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time,
Maybe.
this phone called Lori
It
Vallow's
is
phone.
hot.
Yes,
You're
So
not like them
Alex
ice cold. We
Cox's
got your
phone
bag. Thank you,
Called
Tessa.
Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit.
Yes,
Central Iowa. Nice. 65.
So this would have been
Tapping the heart. Thank you.
approximately
Ooh,
30 minutes,
38.
35 minutes after
I need that.
Brandon left his home. There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho.
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes, approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreau left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
Yes. She called herself on Alex's phone. What an idiot. Ice cold, ice cold.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreau?
Oh,
Yes.
Here
And
we go.
Was that associated via Brandon Boudreau had provided that?
Oh,
Yes, that was
here
her
it is.
number.
You asked for it.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Oh,
Yes.
it's over.
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612.
Nope, they said the number.
yes,
Um, And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona? Meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting. on
Melanie
Phelps.
they're saying they have
Yes.
Melanie's texts.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Yes,
Who did you believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using that phone?
that track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Here we go.
Sure.
So they've got Alex Cox, his track phone that he signed into his
Now-
Gmail on.
The track phone of 304-960-5998, Did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
When you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180.
Hmm. I only watched the first episode of that.
Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the TrackPhone provide a print off showing the TrackPhone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494?
Oh, that was a bad pop.
It should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print off showing that the TrackPhone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes,
And does it show the activation date of September 26th
It's,
of 2019?
yes,
And does that
Hey,
also
Robin.
contain a print off of all of the call detail records for that TrackPhone number 304-960-5998?
yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Yep. She literally.
Motion.
All right, 180 is submitted.
She never ever is going to be able to stop it.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th when it was activated until only October 2nd?
Mm.
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone is no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes,
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
yes,
Mm.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
that is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct,
Oh,
yes.
Looking at
Right.
these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes,
And is that number that is called by this track phone, the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
yes,
Wow.
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
Mhm.
that is correct.
Mm. So the two
And the
coordinators.
call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
Freaking two hot dog in the one hand, Peter Griffin, man.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes.
Yep,
And we
they know who Chad
recognized
is now.
at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
Yeah, you can't just say Chad Daybell and say nothing because you're gonna have to present who that is. Ooh, that's crazy. I did not know who he was. So Chad and him were
What did you
coordinating.
ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking
Yes, it's on the table now.
locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the
Yeah,
304
100%.
number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes,
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone
3
number
days after they
associated
killed
to
JJ,
Lori
they go
Vallow,
get that
the
phone.
480-489 number?
yes,
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number,
yes,
and to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
yes. I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants
Yes,
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Yeah, they only have like 10
Cross-examination.
minutes. Here we go. She has nothing. This is embarrassing. There's really no reason. I don't know what the plan is here. There's nothing across here. They only have a few minutes to go. Yep. Call it now. She probably won't cough once. And it's so wild because, like, how do you hold it? You can't hold a cough. Everyone knows that, especially when you had a really bad cough.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent? Like,
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay, so you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations, both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes,
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
by the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay.
She has no idea how to stop this.
And what color did Mr. Boudreaux say
Oh.
the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
So dumb.
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
She's literally so obsessed with asking this question. Heidi, put this in general chat.
And is it your understanding
starting
that
to
the
do something
color
nice.
that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that
Appreciate
correct?
you, Heidi. You did.
That's what was
You did,
discussed
and thank you for
by
another chat. It's
Officer
very kind
Rob,
of
but
you.
I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Rob?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Rob and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that. But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
Mhm.
So when is the first
Agreed.
time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
Glean?
The gray Jeep came
Appreciate
about
that,
from
Marcy,
my
thank you.
contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial context as a gray
Appreciate
Jeep.
you, Dawn.
And none of the neighbors ever called it
Oh,
a
you
gray
guys will
Jeep
know my thoughts. I'm
also,
coming
is
home
that
to tell
correct?
you.
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
Oh,
But you don't know
probably.
that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is so, she's pissed,
Also, in the
yeah.
Body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives.
You're not wrong.
Patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
She's condescending.
And was anything found in the line?
So
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation,
she thinks she can get them all going.
act of searching the neighborhood. And this was again after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
Mhm.
About how long did that take, that line search?
approximately
Yes, this is just the worst
45
version of
minutes
it.
to an hour.
But yes,
Okay.
this is not new behavior. This is who she
and
is.
you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
No
And
one.
who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were,
She doesn't know what she's doing, dog. This is embarrassing to watch. Even from a third person, like even if she was not Lori, my
I know that
mother, who gave
Officer
birth
Rob
to me,
had
I'd be
testified
embarrassed.
about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
Literally.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I've knocked on X amount of doors and wasn't able to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
How do you sit
So
here and listen to
anything
this?
helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though? Is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In
She's
this case,
getting-
with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
He's doing incredible against her, man. He's incredible.
And
He's
so
not
did you
lost
learn
his
from
composure.
Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Oh my gosh.
Sustained.
She doesn't have anything. She's just like, come on, bro.
No,
You
I
know
wasn't
you tried to
asking
get him
for the truth
killed.
of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer
Yeah.
Rob.
Sustained.
You know you tried
Can
to
I
kill
have
Brandon.
sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
This is like hard. This is
In your
disgusting.
estimation, Detective Pillar, how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
Supposed now. Now it's supposed.
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreau and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess. I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location.
Yeah, what would you be
for that
measuring? Fantasy?
specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that
You
white van,
still couldn't measure
kind
it.
of know exactly where it was parked.
No, dummy. You
We have
can't.
a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
But no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
Love it.
And
Storms of
what,
life. Love your name on your channel too.
what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
What measurements were taken to decide the trajectory? There's
I
no
don't know how to
measurements.
answer that question.
Yeah.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
That,
No.
that doesn't make any sense.
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
No, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
It's because it's such a, like, the
Okay,
questions are
so you know
so
how-
brain.
You can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
Not exactly. What if
No.
there's a lift on it? You're so,
You cannot.
no.
No.
There's
you don't know
lifts.
how tall the Tesla was?
How big are the tires?
The Tesla, we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
Why would you need to?
So no trajectory was ever really determined. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Like you ate.
And the hole in the car in the Tesla was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
I'd have to
From
look
the
at my
sticker.
notes, dog.
The letter A sticker, yes, that
Correct.
was like a 2-inch, I believe.
Yeah, there's so many variables. That's
Based on
exactly
that, yes, I
right.
would say that hole
So many
was approximate
variables.
size of 2
Thank you,
inches
Missy.
instead of
God bless you.
The scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
Because
And
there's
then what
nothing.
type of
That's all
bullet
she
could
has.
make that kind of damage?
Object.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a
No.
rifle or a handgun?
Speculation.
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point,
Thanks, Rebecca.
full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made,
I know.
both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreau's car. But to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes,
This is your investigation, is that correct?
yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No,
There's no way to determine
Yep.
whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
no,
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
no.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
Here's the, you know why she's doing this? Because she has nothing else. So she has to look like they don't know what they're talking about. That's
Explain
why.
to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He's so
And can
he's so nice
gunshot
to her.
residue be transferred from person to person?
What?
The particulates that come from gunshot
Love you
residue,
too.
and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I
Right.
don't know.
He's being clear. Oh,
So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the 3 elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all 3 elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm gonna object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation.
how many times does he have to say that? Yeah.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the
Right.
evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSR, it's to collect, you mentioned 3 elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Oh my
Yes, ma'am.
gosh.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
What?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a
Mhm.
tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an expert that will testify to this.
It's sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like that meme. Okay. How many times are you going to say it? She really thinks that she's killing this right now.
You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lashik,
Okay.
Detective Olzak,
That's exactly right.
Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
Oh, she mixes it up. She knows how to talk at a right time until she loses it, and then she can't hold herself. Which you've already seen her
And
do to
did
him
she
and a lot of others.
note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swap what?
Was she taking,
Hold-
oh, sorry.
hold on.
I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did
Yes.
possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay.
Who takes notes while they're doing
And
it? They take it
then-
at the end.
You flew up there together on a commercial airline?
Relevance?
Myself, Ms. Lashik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of in the same day?
In the
At
same
your
day, and this
leisure?
was a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho to process our Jeep.
At your
Okay.
leisure, right?
And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
Okay. If I could define her, it's nonsense.
And so you
And
did not
okay.
witness Ms.
That's all I've
Lachik
heard.
taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day?
What the
Like
f? Who the hell asked
I
that?
do not remember what she was wearing, no.
What a weird question. See what she's trying to do? She's trying to make it look like he doesn't know what he's talking about by asking if he remembers what she wore on their leisurely private plane to do work on a case
Detective, are
from
you
you.
familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So To answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea, but at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to
Oh, we'll be talking about other
LPR
stuff.
readers and to
We'll talk about
criminal
other
histories and
cases.
things of that nature. So
I just want to do my
in
research on them.
cases like this, I had our
Yeah,
crime
that was wild.
analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And-
multiple.
Where were they located?
The one
Wow,
that
why did we miss that?
was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before,
Have I been to Holbrook? before?
Arizona?
Have you ever been to
If I
McDonald's?
have been, it's only past.
Stupid
the week,
ass
so
question, bro.
I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook. I
I'm
should
so
say that.
sorry. Pillar, I'm so
Do
sorry,
you know how
bro.
far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert. I know it's
So
north.
stupid. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This is the worst thing I've ever
And so, I'm
watched.
sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook.
One was in Holbrook. That's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the,
I've never been so unbelievably
You
just.
don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
there were no LPR hits in Gilbert. I can tell you that.
None in Mesa,
None in Mesa.
none in Phoenix,
Not that I can recall.
none in Scottsdale,
None in Scottsdale.
none in Tempe.
Are you gonna name every single
None
freaking
in
place in
local
Arizona?
cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
You want to go get the Los
Only Holbrook,
Favoritos?
Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho,
Yes.
is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a really good guy.
And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back or whatever.
I don't know
On-
their storage capacity or how long it lasts.
Okay.
And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
Oh, I know.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data.
This is
and it
nonsense.
Also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st. Is that correct?
This is so ridiculous.
That is correct. The one that has been,
And nothing
Please.
in Gilbert
correct?
on October 2nd.
It's 440,
Correct.
brother.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I would object to ask
Thank you.
answered.
Overruled.
440,
Technically, you're right.
439.
Recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Timeframe meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of
Okay.
2019, yes.
Like they say in New York, is you dumb? Apparently, because this is the worst line of question. You don't even make any sense. Who asked? Like, I
You
can't
were
believe
mentioning
it.
before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, to the, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work?
Oh
Who do you call?
So initially, on October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple
Appreciate
detectives
it.
from
That's why we're here
Chandler
to
Police
talk.
Department. This is where the images of the incident that happened in Chandler earlier in the year in July, they were able to provide us pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October 16th was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication with Chandler's police, and it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to
Oh,
FBI
good.
personally, or
Thank
did
you.
Chandler Police Department reach out?
She has
to
not
FBI
coughed
personally?
once, and she's been
It
up
was
there
a
for
collective
40
phone call,
minutes.
and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, which is in far north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents.
What else does she have to ask? For real, just tell me.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones. Is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a sit-down meeting with some FBI agents and detectives, providing them the data we had for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
What's up, Susie?
So in his report on Bates pages 5482 to 5518, he created a report
She hasn't
that
coughed
said,
one
did you get a
more
copy
time.
of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I'm not sure or familiar with which report you're referring to.
Oh my gosh.
Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
This PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Guys, this is literally the definition of insanity. She has not said anything of value here. I don't understand how long we can go here. It's 4:45.
Thank you. Do you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019.
Okay.
If I'm correct. On
Yes,
page
on
15?
page, on page
say
15,
correct one more time.
9/25/2019 at, looks like 21:10 hours. And I don't know if that's GMT or what time zone that's in, but
Okay.
I-
And
it's
for
usually
those of us who
GMT.
are not military correct, it's about what time?
It would be 9:10
Oh, I'd love
hours,
that.
9,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the
I
data
love
that
North
I've
Arizona. It's so
seen
beautiful up there.
done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time or
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time?
He's
Okay.
so respectful to her.
So on the
She doesn't
top of the
deserve it.
report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report.
Right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and I have seen this particular page you're talking about. But again, I didn't draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST, and as much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on.
How much longer do you have?
Sidebar.
Come on, Judge. Oh my gosh, bro. It's 4:45. You're saying nothing. You are wasting hundreds and thousands of people's time. You have said nothing of value to protect yourself. You have said nothing that is helpful. You've said nothing that is relevant, and you have no case here. And you are. I hope he tells her you need to ask questions, or I'm going to cut you off. Yes, I think that is the best. That's the best point. This is how we should all act. That's a true, mature adult right there. And Pillar is respectful still, has been nothing but trying to help answer the question as honestly and earnestly as possible. He's willing to reflect. It's just like how Brandon, the thing is that she's being treated with by Brandon, by everyone, has been them showing her what an adult looks like. Them showing her that you can look someone in the face, no matter how disrespectful they are, and still keep your composure. That's the choice that you make. It's so hard for me to watch her. Thank you for your chat, Kalina. It's really hard to listen to something this bad. And this is even just from an objective third party. If I were just watching this, I would still be this confused. But to know that this is how I grew up and wondering to myself how I always got so confused in every conversation I had with Lori, this is why. I think the sidebar might be to figure out what Lori is doing here. Yeah, honestly, it might be, hey, do you have anything relevant to ask? Or, is this it? It is. I wonder if they're going later because of that sidebar earlier. It is almost 5 o'clock here, guys. I don't know what's going on. I'm coming out the box, man. I'm coming out the box, man. Ugh. This is seriously one of the most mind-numbing situations I've ever been in. You're not wrong, Michelle. It's kind of scary how ridiculous this line of questioning is. If you are this fishing this hard, why even go for it? Like, you're trying to prove to the jury that they don't have that the prosecution has nothing on you, and you have completely buried yourself. It's not even funny. 1:50 a.m. in the French Alps. Miriam, trooper out here. Yeah, guys, this room is starting. So right around like 5 o'clock, the heat starts to dissipate and all the heat rises from the street and stuff. So it like gets burning hot. So I can feel it coming through the windows. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's bad. Yeah, this might be one of the longest. This might be one of the longest situations I think I've ever been a part of. I've never felt like my mind is just so confused. And yeah, exactly. I mean, I hope this sidebar could be him, the judge, saying you have to start being relevant. If you are just going to talk for the sake of talking, you're going to get cut off. They started late today, yes.
All right, you can resume your cross of this.
I wonder what is going on here. Yeah, she forgot to cough. She hasn't coughed in an hour.
So whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Ooh, 5 minutes, guys.
Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreau hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him personally?
What did he just say?
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially.
Oh, my
explaining
box.
that he
I got to
was
go back in my
going to
box.
Do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd.
Man, if Pillar doesn't get to leave today, has to come back tomorrow morning for the third
And
day.
was it your understanding from that conversation
Holy
that Brandon
crap.
hired him to track Melanie?
I'm gonna check, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Sustained.
He's tired of it.
Sustained.
What is the legal objection?
Well, it calls for hearsay, it's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want to open.
He said open the door to something you don't want the door open to.
So you did not email with him or text with him, Rich Robertson?
They're just trying to save her.
No.
Let her open that
I
gosh dang
remember.
door.
And he didn't send you any kind of information on the case?
Open that door.
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever
Open that
convey
door.
that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm gonna object to hearsay relevance.
Sustained.
The problem is she can't not
Detective
blame
Pillar,
Melanie.
can
now.
you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
Oh my gosh. You have
What would you like to know?
2 minutes.
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene, to include Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody.
number 3, my lord.
Case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and I wish, trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know, but I don't know. I can't remember who gave me the briefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or
What the
Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a freaking
Uh,
chance.
I tasked
Please make it
excuse me,
stop.
Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of
Amanda
Officer
S,
Detective
Submariner
Biggs and Detective Ferrer
Cubies.
with evidence
Appreciate you
collection
guys. Thank you.
tasks while I
Thank you,
introduced
Amanda. That was
myself to
very
the
kind of
three
you.
males sitting across the street from 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreau. And then we went to my vehicle to have an interview with an air
Yeah,
conditioner. It's a little warm
exactly.
outside.
I'd be so curious. Be like, what door?
And
What door?
when
What
was
door are
the
you talking
house
about?
Cleared. Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The inside of the
The
house,
house
doesn't
was
match.
cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
House has nothing to do
Before
with
you
it.
got there, that had already happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that was transcribed.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of those things he thought were transcription errors?
Yes.
Yes,
So have
exactly.
you
The
ever,
house
did you
has
go back
nothing
in
to
preparation
do
for
with
this
it, though.
testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which was the company we used at the time. And there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that.
Nope.
Didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is
The heck was
correct?
that?
That is correct.
Okay. And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay.
She's not even close
And
to
then
done with
where
this.
did you go next? You guys got out of the car and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time.
Okay.
But that was allowed under some supervision.
This is just so unbelievable. Yeah, this is cringe
And
as
then-
frick.
How long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system to say when we arrive on scene, when we close off, I wouldn't know that accurately, but I know it was hours we were out there.
A few hours.
Yes.
And then how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case agent, how do you wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreau and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
Yeah, the judge needs a break. He
And you had
deserves
mentioned
it.
that contact before. So you had said that you have a special phone for victims to contact you on. Is that correct?
Not just victims, it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone.
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned,
You don't even know what you're going to ask because you don't know what you're
that
saying.
you had taken Brandon's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form,
Mhm.
a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of that the software and all the content on that
Thank
electronic
you,
device.
Vintage.
So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene.
Yeah,
You
it's getting
physically
late.
take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Oh,
Yes.
that's so irrelevant.
And how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it.
An airplane.
In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
So within that same day,
Yes.
right? And it just gets turned over in the evidence bag and it's marked and all that?
It was never impounded, so although it's
I don't know
noted
what
to be
she's
his and
doing.
has his contact
She's
information in it. Point is to expedite the
manipulative. I don't know if
process, so
she's
instead of
smart.
impounding it and then having to have it pulled out of evidence and then put back in so it could be ultimately returned to the owner. He gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house. He came and picked it up.
I believe so.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Poor pillar, dude.
Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m.
10:15.
a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
All right, guys. Let's see if they have anything to say after this before I get going. If I'm going tomorrow, I'll let you know. It looks like I will probably be there in the morning at some point. I might start our stream here early before I leave, depending on how far it is. Yeah. It's gonna be something else. I will come back and talk to you guys. We'll just do a live tomorrow night and go over the day.
Please be seated. The jury's no
But-
longer present.
Let's listen to this and then we'll come back to this.
I told the jury 10:15. I'd like the parties here
Yeah.
as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his.
I hope your dad's okay, Kathy.
Should be wrapping up by then, but just. in
Thank
case
you for your
there are
chat.
things We need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, you're on.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
can manage it, just have some childcare issues. I should be able to get here by 10, but,
That's fine.
okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so you know, obviously we've been stuck in there over here. The show time was starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now, it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I appreciate you guys.
It's CCN.
The GOAT. The GOAT. No, I'm not the GOAT. That's you guys. You guys are the greatest.
Right.
Greatest chat of all time. Look at that.
I probably should start drafting up final instructions soon, I would think. So I'll try to get those maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll be recessed for the evening.
Thank you for being you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was another 6-hour stream. So tomorrow, with that being said, we're going to, if I go tomorrow, what's going to happen is we're probably going to set up the stream here. You know what? I'll probably just let you know in the morning, but just plan on having the stream here. What we'll do with the live stream is if I set it up here, you guys will watch it as full screen. I would not be here. And then I would just talk to you guys in our live chat while we watch the whole thing. The thing is, if we did that the entire time, it would just be on Court TV. So I don't know if we're going to be able to do it that way. So I'll figure that out. But I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are soldiers. You're warriors. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. Thank you for being here tonight. We will go over tomorrow, probably live. So I will just keep you guys up to date. I'll keep you up to date on the community tab and on X. Okay. So I love you guys. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow.